because all of the signs on the vaccines and the variants show pretty clearly what is happening in the UK, which is the UK is having another surge in infections, but the death rate is flat. And that's where we want to get to before we organize major events with thousands and thousands of gatherings over a 2 to 3 month period during an election campaign. And then on the day of the election itself, um, so we want to start seeing a difference in mild disease, excuse the spelling error there, and severe disease and death. Um, so really to conclude then, to say that, you know, until we reach a point which Professor Mahdi described, where we can actually see a decline in deaths, and that will be achieved by vaccinating most of the at-risk population, those who are at risk of dying, people with comorbidities above a certain age, all or part of the country will be in a way for the foreseeable future. Um, I think, we could be looking to an election next year if we see a monumental effort on the vaccine coverage end. And like Professor Mahdi, I have not been impressed at the level of organization, the logistics, the scale. And, in this sort of forum, one is not trying to criticize anybody. And there are signs that, there is an improvement in the vaccine rollout. We've had 2 days now with more than 100,000 vaccinees. That's a positive sign. But we need to be on the level that President Ramaphosa himself has been saying repeatedly he would like to see, which is 300,000 vaccines a day. I'm rather pessimistic about what will happen with these massive Delta waves, as we're seeing in Gauteng, if they also take root in other provinces like KZN and the Western Cape. I think there will be a natural reluctance of people to go to get vaccinated. In the same way that we've seen, and I'm working at the Steve Biko Hospital in the HIV clinic, we've seen that a lot of patients who are supposed to come for their HIV or their TB treatment have said, I'll take my chances. I'm not going anywhere near that hospital. And I think that, that could dampen the vaccine rollout substantially. Not because the government doesn't want to do it, because, people will feel they'll increase sort of their risk alert level for this. I think we all are thinking for the next few weeks, we're not going to the shopping center. A month ago, we didn't mind going to the shopping center with a mask. So we're all adjusting our behavior. And I unfortunately think that this is going to affect vaccine rollout. And I hope desperately that I'm completely wrong on this point. But I do think that to imagine that we're going to have a free ride now with the vaccination program, in the way that we need it to be is unlikely. And not meant as any criticism of anybody, just stating the facts that, we need to see something substantially on a scale never seen before with vaccine rollout if we want to talk about the election in the near future. And even under those circumstances, I don't think October is anywhere a possibility, because as Prof. Mahdi pointed out, you need to be ahead of the game at least a couple of months to start to see that decline in deaths. So really, here is the point, or the nub of my entire presentation, and maybe taking it a bit further than your other presenters from the health world. I think that the responsible thing to do would be to see in the statistics the flattening of the mortality curve before you can announce any date for an election. without actually seeing it in the data, seeing that mortality curve come down over a period of a month or two, I think it's adventurous to talk about putting together this large collection of super spreader events. I think the risk is very high. So in conclusion, then, I think we should postpone the elections until we see the declines in mortality, until they are achieved. Continuing with current plans would put thousands of lives at risk. Thank you for your time, and clearly I've had another opportunity to thank my old professor of public health medicine. He not only provided some of the graphs, but also provided me with quite a lot of feedback on this presentation and my submission. So thank you once again.
Well, let me take the time to thank Professor Johnny Mayers. Myself, as you do so. Dr. Abdullah, again, let me say I am most grateful for this presentation. Not only because I need all the help I could find from health scientists, but also because it's really so vital about the extent to which we could prevent doing any harm to others through the decisions that we make. In other words, power wielders are able to make. So I am most thankful that thanks to Biko Academic Hospital also, and the South African Medical Research Council, who clearly come through as you make your presentations. We are going to struggle with this. In fact, we're going to take a break from health scientists for a while, and going to hear election monitoring bodies immediately after you. Well, not immediately, after a short break, and then followed by political activists who are going to tell us which way or not which way to go. So this really centers us considerably, certainly centers me and helped me to understand the enormous mortality risk that we face. I'd like to thank you, sir. And if you have any closing remarks, you're more than welcome to make, but that was my way of saying thank you. And this is for a good cause, certainly, truly and fully in the public interest.
Well, in closing, I'd like to say two things. One is your previous presenters are correct. A wave probably costs us between 50 and 100,000 lives. If you look at the first and the second wave. So we're talking about a substantial loss of life here. And the second thing, I'd like to say is that we really say all of this with a true understanding of the weightiness of the decision, for democracy. So it's a Hobson's choice. You need the wisdom of Solomon. But we'd just like to wish you well and hope that we've helped by making a clear recommendation, not one that leaves you a little guessing about what we're saying. So thank you very much once again for the opportunity.
It is indeed clear, Dr. Abdullah, and thank you so much. You stay well.
Insofar as elections have a territorial component, as is the case with municipal elections, where candidates are in the first instance elected to represent particular wards, the registration of voters must be undertaken in such a way as to ensure that only voters in that particular area are registered and permitted to vote. Fourth, the Constitution projects not only the act of voting and the outcome of elections as a candidate and to seek public office. Perhaps an important point that I've got to mention here is the fact that the element that was emerging from the Constitutional Court judgment is the issue of context. Constitutional Court judgment said, in the context of the by-elections in Tlokwe, there are 4 areas that have got to be looked into, and they have outlined those 4 areas as the context of Tlokwe. So this does not mean that it is a conclusive definition of free and fair elections. So we've got to try to find other elements that will help us to be able to define free and fair elections, but using what the Constitutional Court has said, which is what is the context, because that context matters. So I am going to also look at another case in a matter between the Electoral Commission and Aaron Paseka Mthlope and others. This is what the Constitutional Court also said, I quote, "The mere existence of the right to vote without proper arrangement for its effective exercise does nothing for a democracy. It is both empty and useless. The right to free and fair elections underlines the importance of the exercise of the right to vote. The requirement that every election should be fair has implications for the way in which the right to vote can be given more substance, content, and legitimately exercised. There are important constitutional considerations relevant to the design of an electoral system, which include the need to ensure that the election process will be free and fair, and that the results will be both credible and accurate." So as I was suggesting earlier on, that it is important that we look this within the context of what we are currently going through, as well as whether certain rights can actually be exercised. Now, there is an important judgment as well that was given by the Electoral Court in a matter of Njabula Robert Mvelase and the African National Congress and others. There, the Electoral Court found that the failure by a voter to exercise a vote because of fear and intimidation can affect the legitimacy of an election. The Imbabazane election results in Ward 3 were, as a result, nullified. And I'm going to indicate why this is important. Because again, it still comes to the issue of the context that the Constitutional Court has said we must look into when we're looking at the issue of whether the elections are free and fair. The appellants have provided some evidence that a number of prospective voters did not exercise the right to vote, essentially out of fear. And I emphasize that word, fear of being assaulted or intimidated. Indeed, the majority of them were intimidated by what they saw near the respective police stations and by what they had heard. There are more than 35 deponents who declared that they would have voted for the second appellant in that particular election. Such allegations of assault, intimidation, threats, and declared intentions are undisputed. Now, it means when we look at the issue of the context of where we are, the question that needs to be asked is whether, at the moment, the South African population is at ease about going to the polling stations to go and cast a vote, or whether there is an element of anxiety and fear amongst people as a result of this pandemic. Because the elections are not just about the political parties, they are about the electorate, because it's about the will of the people. The people must be able to express their will without any fear or favor. And the current pandemic, I must say, has instilled a certain element of fear amongst people. And it is not only in terms of the electorate, it is also in terms of those who are going to be managing the elections. Some of those have not as yet been recruited, but of course the Electoral Commission will be going ahead and recruiting people in preparation for the elections. Now, perhaps to try to wrap up this issue of free and fair elections, I'm going to...
Well, before you move away from the fear,
Yeah.
Of course the fear has to be reasonable. In other words, it mustn't be overly subjective or fanciful. Now, Mr. Strana, I raised this within the context of evidence earlier by at least 3 scientists that a pandemic is going nowhere in a hurry. It will be here, they think, for quite some time, maybe a few, not only more months, but a few years. What's going to happen, they suggest, is going to be levels of vaccination will drop the mortality, but not necessarily the infection. So you're going to have this threat over some time. How do we gauge whether the fear is reasonable or is overly subjective? Because not any fear, I don't think the court is talking here about any fear. Here it was very objective. People were saying we're being threatened, intimidated. And in this case, how do we deal with the element of fear when the pandemic will be with us for a long time?
Thank you very much, Justice, for raising that particular question. And I agree with you, and then hence, towards the end of my presentation, there are certain recommendations that I'm making which will provide some kind of security in relation to that particular aspect, because if you look what is happening currently in Europe, people are able to go and watch their favorite teams playing soccer, even without mask. And the reason why this is happening is because the majority of people who go to those stadiums are people who have actually been vaccinated. So the vaccination rollout program is going to be critical in terms of giving a sense of security to people. And I think the fact that the president has also taken this extraordinary step of actually banning gatherings, it is actually testimony of concern and fear that clearly illustrates that something has got to be done about the pandemic. And then in the meantime, whilst the vaccination rollout program is going ahead, the president has decided and felt in his wisdom that it is necessary to impose further restrictions. And therefore, the security of voters will therefore only be guaranteed once the rollout program has actually covered a sizable population, such as it is happening all over the world. But I will be indicating towards the end of my presentation the process that has got to be followed in order to be able to deal with that, so that this is not a fear of not having the elections indefinitely.
Very well, thank you.
Now, I'm going to now talk a little bit about the integrity. We, as the Institute of Election Management Services in Africa, or IMSA, made an analysis and developed a tool that we are using to measure the integrity of the elections. This integrity wheel has taken consideration quite a number of principles, and it actually helps in terms of locating the context that the Constitutional Court talks about. Because in order for the elections to take place, you need basically, or rather for the elections to have integrity, you need essentially 5 elements. And those elements are as follows. The first one is the quality of logistics. And the logistics, I think to a large extent, the Chief Electoral Officer, Simon Mamabolo, was able to take the committee through the logistical preparations But if the logistics of elections are not properly planned, that has got the capacity to affect the integrity of the elections and ultimately the freeness and the fairness of the elections. The second aspect is the human capital. And then human capital essentially refers to the capacity of those who are running the elections, whether you have recruited people who've got the capacity, and then those people know exactly what's supposed to be happening at the voting station, they understand the processes, and they are able to run or manage the elections impartially without any fear or favor. The third is the quality of the voters' roll. Now, the voters' roll is quite critical, and I think, again, in the presentation of the CEO, he did indicate the importance of the voters' roll as well as how many people have now been registered. But that area, as you can see, is not yet complete because the IEC still has a registration weekend pending. But the voters' roll and its currency and making sure that those who are contained in the list of the register of people who will be participating in the elections contains only the names of people who are eligible to participate, and that those who are not eligible to participate are not there, as the Constitutional Court has already said. It's quite critical in the preparation for the elections. So at the moment, there is an element pertaining to registration, but the voters' roll as it currently stands, and I can say this with confidence because I've been part of the processes in the IEC, it is current minus the issues that they've been dealing with, which relates to the issue of addresses, which the Constitutional Court has already made a judgment on. I'm aware that that process is not complete. The Commission is still trying to finalize that aspect. But the voters' roll is important in terms of determining the integrity of the elections. Any problem with the voters' roll will affect the integrity, as we saw it happening in Tlokwe during the Tlokwe by-elections. And the fourth aspect is the legal framework. The legal framework, obviously, starting from the Constitution. What does the Constitution say? What are the other pieces of legislation saying about preparations for the elections, etc., etc. And I think to a large extent, the IEC has also submitted to Parliament some amendments to certain sections in order to make sure that the legal framework is such that they can actually be able to manage this process with integrity. So the legal framework plays an important role in determining the integrity of the elections, and as I've suggested, consequently the freeness and the fairness of the elections. Now, let's come to the political environment, which is my last point here on the integrity. Political environment encapsulates quite a number of factors. The electoral process, it's a joint responsibility. It's a joint responsibility between the Commission and various stakeholders. The Commission, as per the Constitution, has got a responsibility to organize, manage, and administer the elections. And secondly, to ensure that those elections are free and fair. And thirdly, to declare the results thereof within a reasonable period. That's the core mandate of the Electoral Commission. But the elections can happen only because the Electoral Commission is ready. It means all other partners who are central in the delivery of the elections must also be able to play their role. Political parties have a role of mobilizing and educating their supporters about electoral processes, the legislation, what it entails. There is a code of conduct that all political parties have got to adhere to. That code of conduct is something that every political party has got to be able to explain to its supporters so that they do not do things that are incongruent or inconsistent with the code of conduct. In order for them to be able to play this role, it means they must have contact with people. They must be able to talk to people about this. So that process of educating supporters and talking to the electorate it's quite a key element in, sorry, in ensuring that the integrity of the elections is protected. But also the electorate, within that particular context, has a responsibility of obviously having to understand the different messages that is being disseminated. There's got to be a process through which they can be able to evaluate information that is coming from different candidates and different political parties. And then here, we're talking about local government elections. And because we're talking about local government elections, it is not only the 13 political parties that are represented in Parliament that are critical. It means a candidate who is contesting a ward in Atteridgeville must be able to reach people and then be able to convince them to vote for them. But because there are different candidates, the electorate must be able to evaluate the messages of different players that are coming to see as to whether that message or whether they can vote for a particular political party or a political candidate or not.
Well, Mr. Tsalani, that must be correct. But let's drill a little deeper. Let's start off with the statutory framework, constitutional state framework. Is there any prescribed form of messaging that ought to be available to contestants, to political parties or independent candidates? Does the law prescribe how the messaging should happen? And two, does the messaging change depending on context, material conditions that exist? In the context of the integrity wheel that is so helpful that I've put before us. How do we deal with that? To wrap up, is messaging required by law in a particular form? And two, does context change the nature and perhaps the frequency and the content of the messaging?
Thank you very much, Justice, for that question. Of course, the law does not prescribe how the messaging has got to happen. However, the law does protect an individual or does give an individual the rights to be able to have access to information. So, and then also the political parties to be able to go to the electorate and be able to canvass for support. It is protected by the Constitution. Now, the issue of the context, it's quite critical. And then that's why some of the political parties and some of candidates have resorted to social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and to use those platforms to try to reach to the constituents. But that context is also limited by the fact that not every person in South Africa has got access to data. So in order to be able to access that information, there is a limitation. A political party might have the capacity to be able to pump information in social media, but that information remains irrelevant for as long as it does not actually reach the intended people. So you'll find that largely it is the middle class that have got access to information on social media, that ordinary people, they've got to be able to evaluate whether to go and buy data or to go and buy bread. And then therefore, the context that we're talking about is the context that where we're supposed to be protecting that individual and be able to ensure that their rights are not unnecessarily curtailed by the fact that they do not have access to particular resources. But yes, indeed, political parties have got to learn to use a new media, new environment to be able to go to the electorate, but we've got to be realistic about access of people to new forms of communication that are there. For as long as also government does not make data freely available to the electorate, it is always going to be a tool that is used by the middle class. And overwhelming majority of people in the rural areas, for them, competition, as I've suggested, is whether when you've got 10 rands, you are going to be using that 10 rands to go and buy data, or whether you're going to be using that 10 rands to go and buy bread. So it's an important element.
Let me put this proposition to you. In one of the submissions that we've received, as you know, we've received overwhelming submissions. We have been given data of mobile phone penetration in our country. It sits in the early to mid 90s. In other words, it is as high as like 93, 94% of adults who have access to handsets. How do you say that might? It's obviously those who argue that the limitation is not, those who argue that the limitation is not truly only middle class in nature. It's not a class limitation. And they say, well, 93% of adult South Africans have phones. We can debate whether smartphones or not, but they have a capacity of messaging. And two, they add that the limitation is on everybody. We're going to go to gatherings now. I think we're going to go there very shortly. Because the number of submissions and people who want the elections to be postponed say, well, we can't even gather, so we can't message. And I'm trying to test that proposition, obviously, with you, who's an independent practitioner in the field. How do we deal with that? Particularly because on solid medical evidence, or at least data, this pandemic will be with us for quite a while. So how are we going to message? Elections in 2024, elections now, or deferred. Even if you defer them, how are you going to message in a way that frees itself from class limitations?
Justice, when you look at quite a number of areas, if you go to Johannesburg, for instance, and then, sorry, I've just emerged from
You're fine.
COVID.
Yes, no, you don't have to apologize at all. No, you're fine.
Okay, thank you. If you go to Johannesburg now.
That's why we're here. It's COVID that
yes.
brought us to this inquiry, yes.
If you go to Johannesburg now, or certain parts of Tswana, there is Wi-Fi freely available to the residents of those areas.
Yes.
So there needs to be a program that will also allow overwhelming majority of people to have access to Wi-Fi in the long run. People in rural areas must also be able to have free access to Wi-Fi. So the fact that my mother can buy data now and has got a phone, it does not mean that my mother is actually going to be using that data to try to find the messaging of a political party. She will probably use that data to try to communicate with people that she's supposed to communicate with. So the people who came here and said that data penetration in South Africa is very high, it could be true. But here we're talking about whether in the context of the elections, ordinary people will actually use that information to try to access information and messaging of political parties when there are such many competing interests within the society with the level of poverty that we have. So I'm suggesting, Justice Mseneke, that perhaps in terms of dealing with that particular aspect, there's got to be also a rollout by municipalities, government, Department of Communication, of free data through Wi-Fi in many parts of South Africa, so that people can actually be able to access the information.
Yeah, but assuming there was no pandemic, that wouldn't alone be a reason for postponing elections, isn't it? Because presumably, let me put it this way, not everybody goes to rallies. Not everybody listens to political messaging. But of course you have the right to hear the message if you chose, and you have the right to convey the message if you want to reach people. So the other arguments in the submissions are, there is never a universal access in messaging. It's unfair to require it under COVID pandemic when in fact it never is there, because people choose whether or not to listen to political messaging, and not all parties message effectively. And so that's the one question. Let me park it there. The other one is, what about radio and broadcasting? What do you suggest ought to happen to increase political messaging?
Perhaps let me start with the second one, because it is part of my recommendations.
Oh, okay. And you can go to it when it's convenient, by the way.
Yes.
It's just issues that, because I know the submissions, I've seen so many, so I'm trying to test them with you, who knows the field quite well. Yeah.
I've suggested two important aspects in terms of that. One is that community radio stations must be supported in order for them to be able to help in terms of information dissemination. You've got quite a number of these community radio stations. Some of them are struggling, and then therefore the majority of people still have access to those stations, and I'm suggesting that they should actually be used as another tool in the armory of basically information dissemination. The second aspect that I have recommended is that there is a need to engage ICASA as well in terms of allocation of slots for political messaging, so that it does not only, for instance, the current criteria that they are using political parties that are registered in, that are represented in Parliament, and then give them access according to representation that they actually have in Parliament. I think they've got some kind of a criteria that they're using that is similar to that. So what about the political parties that don't have access, that are not there represented in Parliament? New formations are coming up, and it is important that therefore ICASA begins to review the criteria that they are using to try to see how can they also be part of a solution to the current crisis that we have.
Yeah, to complicate your life a little bit, Mr. Tselane, I've been talking to the Chief Electoral Officer. It is in his submissions. You still remember how many parties are registered for local government elections? I know you've retired some time ago from the IEC, but perhaps to give the nation an idea, have you kept track with the current number?
Yes, I have.
402. 402 was told, I hope I have the number right, but I think I do, because we had to, this inquiry had to send invitations to all of them. So I signed that many letters Thanks God they can be signed electronically to different leaders of these parties. How do we div it up? How do we cut it up with ICASA and with community stations?
Fortunately, not all the political parties that are registered contest elections. Many that are registered. In fact, the Commission from time to time reviews the number of political parties that are registered and checks whether those political parties are still in existence, and then sends out notification of deregistration to political parties. So the fact that we've got so many political parties in the history of South Africa, not even half of them actually participate in the elections. Some of them, as I've said, they don't participate at all in the elections. They don't register to participate in the elections. And I think it's a wonderful thing that there are certain mechanisms that the IEC puts in place for a party to participate in the elections. And therefore, that could actually be a prohibition from having almost every political party participating in the electoral process. So ICASA, in looking into that, would only have to develop a framework for those political parties that would have registered to participate in the process. And as I've suggested, they are always very, very few. But because some of them are also regional, the way that information is going to be done, for instance, you could find one political party that is just contesting one ward. Of course, it does not mean that that particular political party must be given national or access to national media when it does not actually need the national media to be able to communicate. It's got to find a way of communicate. It might want to use a community radio station that is located in that particular area to communicate.
Yes.
Now,
thank you, but just before we leave off this detail, we'll be touching a lot of detail. But here's the importance of all of it, is this. The challenge to political communication alone, could that be a reason for postponing elections?
no, it can't be the only consideration. And then hence, in my submission, I mentioned quite a number of things. Firstly, we've got to think about the electorate and whether the electorate has got access to information. How do they get that information? If traditional methods through which they've been getting information have been curtailed and can no longer be used, what other methods are going to be used so that an electorate or a voter can actually be able to make an informed choice? As I've suggested earlier on, the elections are actually not even about the political parties. Political parties are just a conduit
Yes.
for the expression of the will of the people. The issue is, how is that will of the people going to be expressed when you've got limited information or limited access to information and you cannot actually be able to differentiate between different political parties or candidates? So it is important that we try to create multiplicity of platforms in order for a person to be able to find information, so that those who want to participate in the elections at least have got access to information and they can be able to differentiate between different political candidates and political parties. Now that I'm done with the integrity will, and I've suggested that this integrity will essentially captures all aspects that are important for the integrity of the elections, and integrity of the elections determine the freeness and the fairness of the elections. I'm not going to go through each and every element because I think I've explained them. Now I go to the role of the Commission. The role of the Commission, as I suggested earlier on, is to manage the elections at national, provincial, municipal, legislative bodies, ensure that those elections are free and fair, and declare the results of those elections, and also compile the voters. Now, when the Commission provides, as they eloquently did yesterday, their level of preparation, I think it is wonderful. And it is expected of the Electoral Commission because the first mandate for them is to manage and to organize and administer the elections. So the IEC must always be ready to deliver the elections. Even when I was still part of this organization, I kept on saying, in case there is a referendum, we must always be ready at the technical level to be able to deliver those elections. But the question now is the second one, is whether the current, which is that of ensuring free and fair elections. And as I've indicated, ensuring free and fair elections involves a multiplicity of players. It's not just a sole responsibility of the IEC. Political parties have suggested they've got the responsibility of having to mobilize people, having to teach people, having to make sure community-based organizations, civic organizations have got the responsibility of educating through civic education, through voter education, and many other programs that they would have. Media also has got an important role. The question, therefore, is not only IEC at the technical level has got to be ready, as I've suggested, but whether, firstly, IEC can confidently say that they can ensure that these elections are free and fair within the context of a pandemic. And whether all other players that are supposed to be playing a role in ensuring free and fair elections can actually be able to come in and say, indeed, the conditions exist for us to be able to have free and fair elections.
And that's the debate, isn't it?
It is the debate.
Yeah, they acknowledge that they need this inquiry because there is a debate there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Parts of our nation have submitted not, they won't be free and fair. Another part has submitted they will be free and fair.
Yes. But I think it is important to indicate that even the step that was taken by the Commission yesterday to approach the Electoral Court to extend or to postpone the by-election, it is because the Electoral Commission understands that it is not possible under certain conditions to have free and fair elections. And then this by-elections within the current environment of COVID and the lockdown and the restrictions that have been imposed, it would not be possible to have the elections, the by-elections. Now, already there is an agreement within the society, including from the side of the IEC, that the storm that we are going through this pandemic makes it difficult for certain rights to be exercised. And therefore, just based on this context, as the Constitutional Court has said that we must look at the context in defining the freeness and fairness of the elections, it shall appear to me that a case can be made that because there is an agreement in the society that we are going through the most difficult period, some kind of arrangements should be made to be able to accommodate the lives of people, but at the same time without compromising the democratic project that we're busy with. And then I'm going to be suggesting just now in the conclusion,
yes,
some of the things
I'm going to, yes, indeed, I'm going to ask you to go there.
Yeah.
Because our time is running out. But I just want to say very quickly that I have read your written submissions about the power to postpone when you're faced with a legal impossibility, i.e. when elections cannot be free and fair. And you argue, I think quite eloquently, that that power is ever present. Some argue, yes, the power is present only within the framework of 5 years, 90 days, say in this case. But you argue that that power constitutional power exists even beyond the framework of 5 years, 90 days. It was how I read your submissions. You want to say something briefly there, and then to the conclusion, because we actually are running out of time. But I'm taking you back to something that you've already argued, maybe adequately on paper.
Thank you very much, Justice. Now, let's go back to, I'm trying to check the section of the Constitution.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't bother you and take you back there.
But
I've read your written submissions.
Okay.
And I have them, and I'll be putting them to other people to hear what they say. They have their fascinating end, but I would maybe I shouldn't take you there. Maybe I should take you to your way forward.
Yes.
Rather than,
yes.
Because the time has just run out, I have another submissions coming very shortly.
Yeah. Then I'm going to quickly go there, but I just wanted to say that if you look again in the provision that talks about the term of office of a municipality being 5 years, the question becomes, what happens in a situation where now you extend that particular term of a municipality? Obviously, there's got to be certain constitutional arrangements that have got to be made to do so. But the provision under that says a municipal council remains competent until another election has taken place and people have actually been elected into it. So for as long as there is no election and there is no one who has been elected to replace the people who are in a particular municipality, the Constitution tells us that that council still remains competent. But let me quickly go to my conclusion.
Yes.
I have spoken about the context, and therefore there's no need for me to go through that again. I'm just going to focus on the way forward. I have suggested that we should consider postponing the elections to May 2022, and that the IEC staff and temporary electoral staff should be prioritized for vaccination, that ICASA must be drawn in to help with the messaging of with the political messaging. Community radio stations should be supported, and I said prioritize the vaccination of vulnerable groups in order to be able to address the issue that I raised earlier on here of fear of the pandemic. And then I said consider postponing the registration EMR for the weekend of 17 and 18 July. The reason why this is so important, Justice Musaneko, is because elections don't take place on the 27th of October. It is voting that happens on the 27th of October. Election is a process. And then technically, I would say that elections, the preparation for the elections actually start with the announcement of the date of the elections. Even though from the side of the Commission, obviously you've got to do certain things well in advance. But after the date has been announced, and I've suggested that elections are won and lost during registration. So right now, gatherings are prohibited. We go into registration. The Electoral Commission, just for us, a registration weekend, spent almost 400 million. It doesn't have the resources. If these elections, if your recommendations then say postpone the elections, they do not have the resources to have another registration weekend. And the registration weekend, it's a key driver for many processes in the elections. For instance, after the registration weekend, few days thereafter, there's got to be a proclamation. I've submitted the election timetable or draft election timetable to indicate milestones that have got to be achieved in preparation for the election day or the voting day. You know, so your submissions is supposed to be on the 24th to the Commission. Registration happens on the 17th and 18th. Elections, as I've suggested, are won or lost during registration. What are the possibilities that this registration, because the Commission, even if this is If the elections are postponed, say to early next year, the Commission will not have the resources to have another registration weekend.
You say a registration weekend, from your past experience, would cost
Around 400 million.
around 400 million.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do you have any further submissions?
No, no,
As
thank
I
you very
say,
much.
we've had the benefit, the fortune of your written submissions as well as your slides and your submissions today. And these have been extremely helpful. Please do be assured that we are listening as we drop every single word. And it is actually recorded and will be available to me again before we make the final decision.
Go lebogileng.
Please be well, okay? Gain your energy back, and see you have it back anyway.
Thank you so
We wish you well, yes. So our next presentation is from ASA, Electoral Institute for Sustainable Democracy in Africa. Should I again go on Zoom to connect that way? Where's the technical stuff? Is that the best way to do it? everything on it.
Excellent.
Oral submission. IEC 29th June 2021. So I'm quite ready when you are ready. And the presentation is in front of us. I can see it. And I welcome you and invite you to make your presentation. I need no long introduction. The issues are quite clear from your own presentation, and June 2021. You have a full grasp of them. And thanks for the presentation. So I'm quite ready when you are ready. And the presentation is in front of us. I can see it. And I welcome you and invite you to make your presentation. I need no long introduction. The issues are quite clear from your own presentation, and June 2021. You have a full grasp of them. And thanks for the presentation. So I'm quite ready when you are ready. And the presentation is in front of us. I can see it. And I welcome you and invite you to make your presentation. I need no long introduction. The issues are quite clear from your own presentation, and June 2021. You have a full grasp of them. And thanks for the presentation. So I'm quite ready when you are ready. And the presentation is in front of us. I can see it. And I welcome you and invite you to make your presentation. I need no long introduction. The issues are quite clear from your own presentation, and June 2021. You have a full grasp of them.
I hear the judge.
And thanks for the
to...
presentation. Yes, I can hear you too. So I'm quite ready when you are ready. And the presentation is in front of us. I can see it. I can hear you quite clearly. And I welcome you and invite you to make your presentation. I need no long introduction. The issues are quite clear from your own presentation, and June 2021. You have a full grasp of them.
I hear the judge.
And thanks for the presentation. Yes, I can hear you too. So I'm quite ready when you are ready. And the presentation is in front of us. I can see it. I can hear you quite clearly. And I welcome you and invite you to make your presentation. I need no long introduction. The issues are quite clear from your own presentation, and June 2021. You have a full grasp of them.
I hear the judge.
And thanks for the presentation. Yes, I can hear you too. So I'm quite ready when you are ready. And the presentation is in front of us. I can see it. I can hear you quite clearly. And I welcome you and invite you to make your presentation. I need no long introduction. The issues are quite clear from your own presentation, and June 2021. You have a full grasp of them.
I hear the judge.
And thanks for the presentation. Yes, I can hear you too. So I'm quite ready when you are ready. And the presentation is in front of us. I can see it. I can hear you quite clearly. And I welcome you and invite you to make your presentation. I need no long introduction. The issues are quite clear from your own presentation, and June 2021. You have a full grasp of them.
I hear the judge.
And thanks for the presentation. Yes, I can hear you too. So I'm quite ready when you are ready. And the presentation is in front of us. I can see it. I can hear you quite clearly. And I welcome you and invite you to make your presentation. I need no long introduction. The issues are quite clear.
Good afternoon, Justice. Are you able to hear me again?
June 2021. Good afternoon. I can see you. I can hear you.
All right. So sorry about that.
Yes, I can hear. No problem at all. I'm quite
Let's try again. Apologies for the
presentation is in front
delay.
of us. I can see it. I can hear you quite clearly. And I welcome you and invite you to make your presentation. I need no long introduction.
I trust that is good afternoon, Justice. That is audible and visible.
Yes, audible and visible. I can see you. I can hear you on my screen.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Okay. So ISA is a election observation and management body that assists electoral commissions across the continent in various aspects to do with managing elections. We perform observer missions in Africa and beyond, and we trust that is performed various services with respect to the holding of elections and other democratic processes. And we really do appreciate the opportunity to make this submission. ISA is a election observation, and the first aspect we wanted to highlight here was the issue of readiness to hold the election. From that perspective, I think it has been said on several occasions to yourself, both in the written submission and in the oral submission, that the IEC is on record that they are confident that they are prepared technically to conduct these elections. And that's a very important aspect of this. The IEC is expressing confidence in the preparation to hold elections on the Gazette date 27. So highlight here was the second point of readiness that has been made is that from that perspective, I think it has been said on several more than 100 by-elections both since the outbreak of the coronavirus and in the oral submission, and they have been satisfied with how those by-elections are confident that they are prepared technically to conduct these elections. And the third point that's very important I drew from the submission is expressing confidence in the preparation to hold elections on the Gazette date. We are not a medical body, so we don't second point of medical that has been made is that from that perspective, has held more than 100 by-elections. The medical advice submission highlights that they have been satisfied that how can be taken to mitigate the coronavirus have not changed since the outbreak began. The same precautions that existed at the outset are still the same confidence. So when we take these three factors together, ISA believes that under such conditions, we believe the IEC is ready to hold that's important than 100 by-elections. The medical advice.
Of course, Mr. Messerton, on the third point, this morning I was listening to health scientists.
Have not changed.
The point to what has changed has been the variants.
So when we
talk about beta, delta, and they presented before me slides that show the levels of infections, the levels of mortality. Of course, Mr. Messerton, not only province by province, but nationally. This morning I was listening, so that seems to be ever changing. In other words, what has changed has been the everywhere. And of course, variedly in different provinces. Alpha, beta. Is there anything you want to say about that? And the presenter, there is some constant lie in the show, and yet there is a difference in the levels of infections, levels of mortality.
Yes, so I think that as I said, we are not
this morning I was listening, so that seems to be ever changing.
We are focused very much on what measures do the medical experts recommend be put in place to protect the officials who are conducting the elections.
Is there anything you want to say about that? The presenter, there is some constant lie in the show, and yet there is a
what are the precautions that are available to us to increase the safety of all concerned? And so from that perspective, whilst the variants have changed, their names have changed, and their countries of origin have changed, etc., we have noted that the same precautions of good sanitation, wearing masks, and ensuring social distancing have been constant throughout. These remain the most effective measures that we have available to us right now. What are the precautions that are available to us to so from that increase the safety of those that are what we are noting? And so from that perspective, whilst the variants have changed, their names have changed, and their countries of origin have changed, we wanted to, we have noted that the same precautions, elements of good sanitation, wearing masks, primarily those two because we feel that those are very constant that as the most effective measures that we have available to us right now. What are the first ones that are available to evaluate the idea of the safety of those that are what we are noting? And so from that perspective, whilst the variants have changed, their names have changed, and their countries of origin have changed, we wanted to proper presentation look at same precautionary elements of good sanitation, wearing masks, primarily those two because we feel that those are very the possibility of a postponement exists, and I think that there have been good submissions and idea about safety of and from that perspective, on the manner in which the Constitution allows for postponement under certain conditions. We wanted to postpone that is legally possible. Democratic elements of good sanitation, the process of elections we have a concern, however, over the underlying assumption of making a postponement in order to try and anticipate or predict a more ideal time into the future, the manner in which when an election might be suitable. Now, we don't view this as realistic or possible based on 18 months of experience observing elections and the process. And I think to the point that you just made earlier, that there have been significant variances and significant changes in the nature of assumptions. So we are recognizing and anticipating variance more and the difficult future when elections allows in predicting the future of this particular based on and so as such we've observed the exercise of trying to postpone at this point that you just made anticipation there have been significant variances and significant changes in the nature of some exercise. So we view that as recognizing and anticipating there is the possibility that we may get lucky and postponement which allow for us to fall in predicting a much safer period of the future, but may just as easily not. And so as such, the postponement may or may not achieve.
You say there is no sweet spot that can be medically or scientifically predicted.
Into the future, exactly. So if we were to say postpone it for an arbitrary period of 3 months or an arbitrary period of 12 months, there is no way to predict what the trajectory of this virus looks like 3 or 12 months ahead of us at this stage. And one of the risks, exactly the same spot in 12 months' time, having postponed the elections, or potentially we may even be in a worse situation as well. So there's a better environment within which the elections can take place. As to the other concern that we have relating to postponement, we have looked at countries that have opted into the postponement idea, that have postponed elections during the pandemic falls or the hospital bed occupancy rates, etc. And one of the things that we have noticed is that countries that adopt a single postponement, there have been a high number of those countries that have then gone on to adopt a second and third further postponements at a later date. In other words, those countries that said, we will postpone looking for a more suitable opportunity to conduct our elections, have in actual fact found that when they arrive at the new postponed date, they feel it is necessary or in some way justifiable to postpone again further. And so once this option of postponement has been put on the table and the country has opted to postpone, and there have been several countries, examples that I could cite to you. Ethiopia is one. The English and Scottish local by-elections have also been postponed for a period of 12 months and now are being postponed again. And so we are seeing across the world countries that enter into this idea of postponing have subsequently postponed again a further time. So whilst we might sit here and look at a postponement as a single incident, a single event, the possibility of seeing further postponements becomes more likely the more often that we do it. And for this reason, we view the idea of a postponement as already met. The variability that we are dealing with here and the uncertainty of the forward predictiveness very difficult. And once we have said that the election is just a benchmark or
You've established a benchmark.
A measuring level at which benchmark or prevalence of the that are occupied.
Mr. Masterson, there's a bit of a fluctuation in the connectivity. I hope it gets better, because I want to hear I'm much interested in the submission.
I'm so sorry about that. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, it is better now. It tends to go down, up and down. It fluctuates a little like the pandemic. I think it's doing.
Yeah. I'm so sorry about that. We will proceed. Thank you for that. So yes, the issue is that the moment that a country enters into the idea that we will postpone the elections because at this moment we do not view the elections as being safe and that they can be held in a democratic manner, you have established a precedent. And at a future date, when you review the election date that is now coming up for the second time, having been postponed, you can then evaluate, has the conditions improved significantly from when we would have originally held the election? And this then, as you create this precedent, is then going to be open to further speculation. And this is why we see more postponements occurring in countries that have entered into this postponement sort of approach. And so that's the point that
of course, Mr. Masterson, I just wanted to, sorry to interrupt you there and say, of course, the argument is a powerful one for a kind of pro-democratic project positioning. On the other hand, I've heard submissions that say you have to choose a sport where you will do the least, you're likely to do the least harm to life and limb. And that is why we're having this debate. You know, shouldn't I be looking for a sport which is likely to do the least harm? Let me give you an example. A sport where, for instance, the level of vaccination coverage in the country is at a point where the harm will be the least. Why is that not a valid consideration when you weigh whether or not to postpone? If you're going to have community immunity, in 3 months, 6 months from now on, why would that not be a sweet spot? In other words, a spot where the United Kingdom is, if I were to use them as an example again, where people get infected, but the mortality rate has dropped substantially. And you can compare that with India, where they went to elections and people died. So I'm saying, why shouldn't I weigh both sides? The undesirability of repeated postponements against an attempt to save lives.
So thank you for that question, Justice. And I think it's of course an important one. In our written submission, we recognized that these are two sets of rights that have to be held very much in complementary fashion. And we are not at all in our argument suggesting the primacy of one set of rights over the other. If our submission appears to be weighted very, very heavily on the democratic side, that's purely because we don't want to speak about that which we know very little. So we rely on the medical experts to tell us what they can predict going forward, what their confidence is in the efficacy of vaccines. We rely on organizations that have made submissions to this panel to talk about the medical efficacy and to talk about those medical rights. And we are guided by those. We have listened very carefully, not just in South Africa, but in every country that has held elections. We have listened to those experts and their views, and we do continue to take those views very seriously. So we are simply sharing the perspective from our level of expertise. We understand the principles on the democratic side, but we absolutely believe in the value of holding these two sets of rights in tension. And so from our perspective, we do think it's a very, very challenging discussion to have. We are not in absolute terms ruling out a postponement in South Africa. We view it as one option, and we, in our conclusions, do actually speak to that. And we make a recommendation as far as that's concerned. But we can't, with any degree of expertise, speak to the efficacy of vaccines into the future, etc.
Thank you. I understand that. Thanks for your response.
Thank you very much. All right. In which case, I am then going to allow my colleague Sandile Kuboni. I hope he's able to have better connection issues than I have. He's going to weigh in on, I think, the key issue that we wanted to zero in on, which is the campaign period. So Sandile, if you're available, I hope that you can hear me and you can take over.
Thanks. Thanks for those submissions.
Perhaps the IT people can assist with making Sandile available to speak to you, Justice.
Yes, we're going to ask them to do that. Technical team, there is Sandile who seeks to speak to us. Shall we see him and hear him? Sabona Sandile, are you visible, audible? No. Are you able to detect somebody trying to come in, technical team? And if so, shall we allow him so that we can hear his submissions, please?
When I began my submission, Sandile was with us. So I don't know what's happening.
Is he visible on the network? They're trying to call him to see if, Sandile is saying yes, from Sandile to all panelists. So are you here? Please do unmute yourself so that we can have a discussion.
So I see Sandile is as an attendee in the current.
I see. Can we allow him in as an attendee, as a panelist? Please do. Of course, the platform is carrying quite a number of attendees. So it's an attempt, Mr. Marston, to regulate it from this end, allow people to hear and see without themselves getting into the discussion as yet.
No, that's understood, Justice. I appreciate that.
I've just asked the team to let him in so that we can hear him out. Time is indeed of the essence. We're having several submissions coming up this afternoon from 2 o'clock. So I hope we'll be able to have Sunday come through. And if he doesn't, I'm afraid you may have to make the submissions in relation to
Understood.
the campaigns issue.
Yeah, we can proceed if we can give them 1 minute, and then perhaps I can just simply share on Sandile's behalf.
Have we found Sandile's attendee, and are we able to let him in, please? What is Sandile's last name? Mr.
Kuboni.
Masterson?
Sandile Kuboni.
Sandile Kuboni.
All right, Justice, I see he's not managed to join us yet. So allow me to continue, if you don't mind, so that we don't waste much more time.
Please do continue. I am certainly like to hear you on this aspect. As you know, it remains important and is part of an important argument for those who seek a postponement.
Indeed.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Justice. So the campaign period, I think, forms the basis of a significant number of the submissions to this report, particularly from political parties. And as you know, ISA is an organization that conducts a lot of observation, and we observe these campaign periods very, very keenly. The forms of campaigning that involve the highest risk in terms of the campaign period would include all face-to-face activities and group gatherings, which are typically very traditional forms of campaigning and the forms of campaigning that political parties pursue most actively as you approach an election, to either engage with people in one-on-one face-to-face engagements, or to gather in groups at town hall meetings or rallies or marches to mobilize support and to create some energy for the party. And so, of course, the key question is, if restrictions are placed on political parties during the campaigning, does this impact on conditions that are conducive to free and fair elections? This is directly a quote from the IEC Electoral Code of Conduct itself. There is, of course, another important question that needs to be asked as well, which is the intersection of the adherence to lockdown regulations when it comes to political activities around campaigning. So, for example, what is the response of the IEC, or what is the response of the police forces if a political party fails to adhere to gazetted regulations in the pursuance of a campaign activity? Typically, the Constitution views these activities in terms of election campaigning as not a set of protected activities, but a set of special activities that are governed by. And so how does that intersection also need to be handled? Because it would be, I think, quite regulations to be seen to be broken. Challenging issue for the IEC to handle as well. I see that Sandile has joined us, so perhaps if I can find out if Sandile is available now.
Oh, yes, I can see that. If you could ask him to, I'm sure he'll unmute himself.
Yes. Good morning.
Sabon, I'm doing it. Are you here?
So, yeah.
Yapile Ragoto.
I saphila njani.
No, siyapila.
Yeah.
Grand Master has already started Kuluma, but you're at large to make your points. Our time is ticking away.
Yes.
And he was dealing with forms of campaigning and its impact, the pandemic's impact on forms of campaigning. Please go ahead.
So, as maybe he has alluded, we've identified some key events as relating to elections, as it been said before, that it's just not the voting day that is important. So the campaign period, again, is one of those important events, and potentially, if not necessarily regulated, maybe a super spreader. But we've seen over the years that there's been a natural move sort of from the parties to go to, mix the traditional methods of campaigning, like your face that has like face-to-face interactions, or uses the physical methods to a more sort of online and utilizing other platforms. This was before COVID. And in most elections that we've seen during the pandemic time, political parties have actually utilized the other method. So there's been already a sort of a natural move toward other methods. So now coming here, that is just a background. But now coming here, that when you are restricting, are we essentially calling for restrictions to political parties, or are we calling for maybe regulations? Are these regulation or restrictions anti-democratic? We as ISA, we are saying no, they not, because already political parties have certain regulations that are provided by the Constitution, also the electoral code that they sign, that has mainly what is permissible for parties and what is not. And COVID restrictions by themselves, they do not interfere or say parties may not necessarily introduce new language to what is already in the what is already permitted to them. For instance, when people are wearing masks, it's what is applied to the COVID. It's not a new regulation to what the code of conduct says. So you just limiting the number. And again, when you're looking at the events that are more likely to, during the campaign, that are more likely to be called the super spreader events, they are just a niche to what the entire campaign is all about. It's
well, Sandile, let's pause for a while and debate that.
Yes.
It may be too widely stated. Political messaging.
Yes.
Is political messaging not an important part of the freeness of the election? Agunjalo, I mean,
it is.
You can attract people only if you can convey your political position.
Yes.
So political message, and the second part, then you can answer both. Some people have come here and submitted that no, but Usandile ukhuluma nge-middle class method of communication.
Yes.
Ideas of, ideas of data, electronic communication suits perfectly well for middle class people. Okay?
Yes.
But many people don't have data. We know that the penetration of handsets is very high in South Africa, as high as up to like 93%. But maybe the data users are much lower than that 93%.
Yes.
So I want some responses from you about that. Just start. The third thing I think you can then give us a complete answer is, of course, when you say to people they may not gather, you are saying to them they may not broadcast their message in a traditional way. That's really what you are saying to them, Angiti. You can't, if you say you can't go to church, you say to people you may not pray the traditional way. You're saying something important. And is that restriction, does that restriction go to free and fair or not? to free. Let's leave the fair alone, to free. It might flow into fair also.
Yes.
Let me leave you there. I've raised 3 questions and let me, please feel free to deal with them as you choose.
Yes. Okay. Firstly, let's say the traditional versus maybe the new methods of doing things under the new normal. So as I've already alluded to the fact that even before COVID, political parties had been using other methods like your radio, which is less human interaction, obviously, print newspapers. They've been using those methods as maybe a vehicle to convey their political messages. So political messages is important during campaigning, but it doesn't solely rely to a more face-to-face interaction. So you have, if you may, maybe you've been observing over the years, a political party would have maybe 10 rallies, but the 10 rallies would be also supported by your radio campaign that would be here every day. We'd also now, because, and there'd be maybe TV campaign, there'd be now Facebook messaging, there'd be Twitter messaging. Parties have been using that to support the also the physical campaigning. And when you see the physical campaigning, it also, again, people can join in. You can have, let's say in the rural area, you can have a permitted 50 number of people and then give access via a link that you normally, you can share with other delegates. If, for instance, there's a provision for a data, again, the political parties are saving because renting a space and also providing a data for your delegate could be maybe we can weigh in on the cost benefit side and say what is more expensive actually. Is it holding the physical, be at the physical space? For instance, if you were to rent out a stadium, how much would you cost typically for an election at the stadium to hold 50 people, or maybe have a 50 people that you give data to, and then also, you know, hold maybe another 50 people at the stadium. In that way, you have covered 100 people, because even at the stadium, in your physical interactions, you may have people that are going to be present inside, but what about the people that can't access the stadium? And automatically, your messaging is limited to the people only at the stadium. But now, we are proposing.
You are really, if I interrupt you, you are really saying that conventional methods of canvassing are not a precondition for free and fair elections.
Yes.
And you say people must evolve and find new ways of doing that.
Yes.
I can hear the point. Thanks. Do you want to make other points on that? Of course, you know, and you'll hear later submissions. People who feel very strongly that they don't have the money to be able to do the digital canvassing, and maybe the future might demand otherwise, but for now, we should consider that. Please go ahead.
So when the COVID regulations, we note that the only problem we would have with the parties or the stakeholders, because they are important stakeholders in the election, is that when the regulations are not applied reasonably, fairly, and they do not seem to be applied across the board to all parties, then and equally, that's when you'd have a problem. But in all fairness, all parties have tried to blend the traditional and the new methods even before COVID. So the campaigning is not for us a big or it's not a concern that should maybe allow for election to be postponed.
Well, I don't know the reasons for it, but you would have heard that as soon as the president announced all those restrictions, the IEC rushed to court and said they thought they can't conduct local government elections anymore. I don't reckon the IEC are not privy to the decision. What is your view about that?
Can I have
you shut down all forms of meetings and you shut down interprovincial movement,
yes,
and so on.
Yes,
Do you
yes.
think that is a good climate in which to hold elections?
Well, essentially, you have the local government are mainly localized, and for instance, when you're taking also some important events like registration, the IEC already has in place avenues for online registration that you update your details online. And a lot of people have been using and they've been privy to that avenue even before the pandemic. So you can update it, you can tell the IEC where you are at a particular time, or you can actually, so there's no need for you to travel to another province for a registration, for instance. So a registration can still happen even during COVID, because if you are in Joburg from KZN, for instance, you would update that I'm no longer in KZN, I'm in Joburg under this ward, so you'd be permitted to vote at that ward. Already we have those systems in place. So
yes, I'll just say that some people live in Joburg and vote in KZN, people and vice versa,
yes.
But,
yes.
but I've had the submissions. I must ask you respectfully to go to your conclusions and recommendations.
Yes.
Our time has run out. So I ask that you perhaps, I have the slides before me, and as well as your submissions in writing. And I urge you to go to conclusions and recommendations.
Thank you very much, Justice. I'll very quickly go through these. They are in our written submission as well. We find no evidence that the elections that have been held, more than 130 elections under COVID conditions since March last year, have necessarily led to any catastrophic consequences. There have been elections which we have seen post-election surges and loss of life, as you alluded to, India, which is obviously a key concern to monitor and track. But there is no established causality that every time you hold an election, you see a post-election surge. From this, we determined that the key elements that will determine whether or not the elections, should they go ahead, will have a detrimental impact to the health of South Africans in large numbers will very much depend on the behavior of political parties, of other stakeholders, and voters and officials on voting day itself. We did highlight already the issue of postponement, and our concerns with opening the door to postponement opens the door to further postponement itself. But we also want to recognize that there is a broader debate in South Africa right now about whether or not the local government elections should not just be postponed and absorbed into national and provincial elections at a later date. And we view the value of local government elections and the way in which South Africa's constitution affirms local government elections to be standing on their own as a valuable principle and one that ISA wants to support. If I may, then we have those recommendations that I alluded to. Our recommendation, predictably, given our submission, is that we view that the elections can proceed as planned, as long as all available precautions are applied, which the IEC has indicated they are ready to do. In the event that this report recommends a postponement, we accept that that is a legitimate outcome of the report and the analysis. Then we recommend an absolute commitment to ensure that that postponement is limited and confined, and that you don't attach preconditions to the future holding of the local government polls. This was the concern that I highlighted earlier. The moment that you establish a benchmark which needs to be satisfied before you can hold elections, you run the risk of never holding these elections. And that would definitely not be in South Africa's interests. And so the recommendations are in front of you there. You have our report, and we really do appreciate the opportunity to submit to you this morning. Thank you very much, Justice.
Thank you ever so much. I'm most grateful to ASAR. I'm grateful to both, to you, gentlemen. Excuse me. And these are available. They fit in and fall into the debate and the discussion that country is having as we speak. And somebody was saying that in itself is valuable on its own, because it suddenly sharpens our democratic consciousness, if you like, and our desire to protect what we have and to try and preserve it. But at the same time, of course, the call to do no harm, to ensure that there's no harm to life and limb. And so, yes, we are at that intersection that is so difficult. And you being experts in your field, it was truly necessary to hear you. And we really appreciate that. As you know, the report will be out thereabouts around the 21st of July. And we have taken heed of your recommendations. And the slippery slope argument doesn't escape me, that you don't change things like elections as you change your pair of sneakers. It's something a little more intricate than that. So thank you ever so much, and be well. I have quite a busy afternoon. I'm going to find something to grab Sandile and go back and work again in the afternoon. And you're welcome to listen, of course, you know, the streaming and all that if you want to hear more of the submissions. Ngiyabonga. Thank you ever so much.
Thank
Take
you,
care.
sir.
Mhm.
the elections, as well as the outcomes, as these impact on our members and the broader citizenry. And it is in this context that we make the following submission to the IEC review process on the local government elections 2021. So I'd like to now just speak to the political and national context within which the local government elections are to be held. While we appreciate the challenges that currently exist regarding COVID-19 regulations, which have been put into place primarily to protect citizens, we believe that the situation on the ground regarding local government nationally is very dire, particularly in terms of poor governance, lack of service delivery, capacity, and ongoing corruption. So we therefore believe that the elections need to be held in order to bring in new and more credible accountable leadership at local government level and to improve service delivery, which has been further eroded due to the impact of COVID-19. The now chronic inability of councillors and other local government officials to be accountable to the citizens of South Africa is most unfortunate and has led to further deterioration of the local government sector. So one of the main challenges that exists in the current system is the cadre deployment approach, which employed primarily by the ruling party, which enables the appointment of largely unqualified, unskilled persons who are actually not equipped to deal with local government matters. The proportional representation method, through which persons are appointed to a list despite not being qualified, needs to ideally be overhauled and revisited in favor of a system where candidates standing for elections must service a region and be held directly accountable by the people of that region in terms of service delivery. And so their re-election to stay in office must depend on whether they have actually served in any leadership role with distinction or have credible experience in municipal and local government matters. And this may require major amendments to the various legislation that currently govern the management of local government elections, systems and processes. But given, however, the proximity of the local government elections in October 2021, we are mindful that this is a longer-term project and we will be engaging with our partners in terms of proposing further amendments to the existing legislation. However, in the interim, we wish to suggest the following measures to be put in place to ensure a successful local government election outcome. Given the realities that COVID-19 presents, it is only under these circumstances we believe that the elections should go ahead. So I'm going to now list some of these proposed measures and processes for the upcoming local government elections. Firstly,
before you, Dr.
Yes.
No, before you move away from there, let's have a little discussion about the threat to lives and to bodies of people posed by COVID. What do you want to say about that?
Well, it's a very
because remember that elections are elections only when they are actually free and fair. In other words, when conditions exist where people can act freely in a way that allows them to participate in the elections, and the whole process must then be fair, even to everybody, and the outcomes themselves must be monitored to be fair. So what do you say we do with this threat of the pandemic? Because your submissions don't get there, or do get there, but very, very little.
So we accept that given COVID-19 limitations, in terms of freedom of movement, freedom of access to information and so on, I mean, we understand that the regulations that have been put in place actually mean that the electorate do not have the freedoms they normally have under, non-COVID-19 or non-pandemic circumstances, and we appreciate that. So, of course, the sort of sanctity of life is most important, and so we believe that that has to actually be observed and monitored if the elections do go ahead. So the processes or the sort of measures that I was about to suggest attempt to build that in so that if elections do happen, there would not be any sort of human-to-human contact. Now, I also accept that what that means is that limits the ability of voters to freely express themselves. Because if you're not, casting your ballot under the normal circumstances of being able to go into a polling booth and sort of put your cross on the ballot and so on. That does limit. So it's not really free and fair, and we accept that. But we also put down the conditions under which those elections should ideally happen and why they need to happen, because the current situation is such that we do need new, sort of blood to come in to the local government structures. There's a lot of corruption. There are a lot of sort of problems with local government, and we feel that these can only be alleviated or dealt with if new sort of blood comes into these
Yes,
positions.
Dr. Nadi, that is an argument for renewal, right? You say we tired with the past. The past has been horrible. Misgovernance and corruption and inability and lack of technical expertise, and therefore people have suffered. Okay, let's tick that box. You're not going to find too many people arguing with you about that. But as we seek renewal, how we have to protect lives, isn't it?
That's right.
It's almost not an either or is it? I mean, you have to, I know we're going to go to your proposed measures in a moment, but am I entitled, being asked to do this review, to be constantly thinking of, I have two sides weighing heavily, counterpoised, if you like. Should I be thinking about how best to protect lives and limb and bodies in order as and when we try and advance the democratic project, which implies renewal? When people are bad, you have to change them. But you're talking about the one, and I wonder what you say, whether I should have regard to the other.
Well, to qualify your point, we are saying that elections should only go ahead if these measures can be met. And so that was the updated version of the document I had mentioned, that we are putting conditions to say that life and limb is more important, the sanctity of life is more important, and only if these conditions can be met should the elections go ahead. We do not want to risk anybody's life at all. And so under those circumstances, perhaps the elections could be held. Whether
Yes,
they will
because
be fair,
I understand that. So it is in the amended submission, is it?
that is correct, yes.
Oh, wonderful. Now I'll go and look at that, because if I just pause for a while, this morning I was listening to Professor Mahdi, because I was listening to Professor Abdullah and so on, and they're telling me of the mortality rate,
Yes.
which actually is much higher than what we see on our screens.
Yes.
And that, for instance, I see I don't see you mentioning vaccination, and that if we vaccinated at the right level, and as if we have community immunity or so-called herd immunity, then the mortality is going to be significantly lower. Do you want to comment to that? What do you want to say to that?
Well, vaccination must go side by side with, all of the other measures that are being put in place. Clearly, in order for normal life to resume, for economic activity, for, family life and so on, to go back to we have to the safety measures. electronic or socially distanced system of voting that protects voters from being in contact with each other and thereby reducing the risk of contracting COVID-19.
Of course, on item 4, Dr. Navi, we will have to change the legislation, right? I'm talking about between now and October.
Yes.
Our legislation does not make provision for electronic voting system.
Yes.
It does not even have a postal voting system.
That's correct.
And so it looks like it's something that we have to go to. I don't know whether it's something that we can do now. I wonder, what do you think?
You're absolutely correct. I mean, the timelines and timeframes are quite tight in order to pass legislation that could bring all of this into effect. But if it might be possible, mechanisms that enable but so it's logistics as a and those are the broad 7 areas or measures that we would like to propose for consideration in preparation for the elections. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. If we were on the balance of everything else, consider a possible postponement, how long would you make such a postponement?
Well, I think that it should, if there is going to be a postponement, then it should be in conjunction with a time period where the broader electorate would be sufficiently protected against COVID. In other words, that a sufficient number of the population has been vaccinated or has herd immunity. And that only the scientists can tell us, whether it's sort of going to be early next year or later in the year. But yes, certainly, we've got to make sure that the protections are going to be in place. And if the legislation cannot be changed in time for, this election for, say, electronic voting or by mail voting, then, the sort of herd immunity or vaccination system has to make sure that it can, protect the electorate, a sufficient percentage of the electorate. And we have to wait for the scientists then to tell us that and the medical experts to tell us that is now the case. So I cannot anticipate or predict a timeline. It could be 6 months, it could be longer, it could be less. I'm not a scientist, unfortunately.
Thank you ever so much. That was very helpful. Excuse me, and we much appreciate that, Dr. Navi.
Thank you very much.
Those need to be taken into consideration. As you've seen, our website is there, and you can see all the other submissions that have been sent in there. There are quite a number of them, including yours. So all these are very helpful, and it will be featured into the debate going on in the country about, do we go on now in October, or do we try a little later? But thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and we are available as a civil society organization to assist in any way possible. to make this election as safe as possible whenever it is held. Thank you for the opportunity. Very good
Thank you.
afternoon.
Thanks, Dr. Lam. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, Mr. Matthew Parks.
Good afternoon, Justice. How are you, sir?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
All right, just cold and windy and wet in Cape Town, your former home in a previous lifetime.
Make me envious, but not exactly, huh? You know, on Robben Island, and we're on national television, so I must be careful. In winter, it was always wet and cold. And in our days and our time, we used to put on shorts and sandals. How kind that was, right? And no underwear. So the Cape became so cold. I'm yet to unlearn that fear of the wet, cold Cape. But we welcome you and thank you ever so much for making the time. You have been, no doubt, following the debate. It's getting to be a national debate on an important issue. Us surviving and living on the one hand, and us pursuing the democratic project on the other. And so those are vital interests that seems to be at loggerheads and clashing. And obviously the attempt is to listen carefully to what the nation says and its components in order to arrive at something that hopefully would be of public good. And therefore we welcome you on that basis, and you are a very important constituency in the lives of our nation. Why don't I turn it over to you and let me listen? And you know by now I'm going to interrupt you, right? Judges always ask questions. I mean, they don't seem to follow immediately. So, but please go ahead so that we listen. And you talk into a broader community, so I think we should allow you to say your piece, and then we can ask questions in due course.
And Justice Moseneke, we've prepared a PowerPoint presentation, so if you want, I can share it on the screen. I'm not sure, whatever's your preference. Okay, sure.
Please put it up on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, so yes, so no, thanks very much, Justice Moseneke and our colleagues for giving COSATU our chance to raise our views on this very important matter. I don't think I need to introduce COSATU too much, but nonetheless to say we have about 1.6 million members. We have unions in most sectors of the economy, and by and large we try to articulate the interests of our members, of the workers at large and their families and so forth, but within the national framework. I think, Justice Moseneke, we want to appreciate your appointment by the IEC. We think that your appointment, given your history in the Constitutional Court, your history of servicing the country, is an inspired choice that I think all of us would find comfort in you leading us in this very difficult task. I think from our side, this is a critical matter for the entire country, whether or not we continue the October date for the local elections, or do we seek a constitutional court condemnation to postpone them to, we think, early 2022 if you had to postpone. And there are pros and cons to either option. I think for us, as we want to say as an introductory comment, as COSATU, we believe it's critical to honor the Constitution at all times. It's critical to hold local government accountable, to hold elections timeously, but equally, we must always seek to save lives and to save livelihoods. So we feel there are critical matters which we have to weigh up on this very momentous occasion. One is the issue of the constitutional requirement to hold elections on time, the 90-day prescript within the 5th anniversary of the last elections. But equally, at all times, whatever we do, we must honor the Constitution's enshrining of the sanctity of life. And of course, we must hold local government accountable, and we must also hold elections which are seen by everybody, irrespective of your political viewpoints, to be free and fair. We see two options, Justice Moseneke. One is option A, which we call option A, simply proceeding with the October 2021 election date, which has already been tentatively announced, though not officially gazetted, by the president. I think in that regard, with the positives or the pros, we would say is honoring the constitutional date requirements for holding elections. It's also, we think, critically to avoid undermining the constitution and setting what could be a slippery slope going forward. It's about holding municipalities, political parties accountable, and of course, we'd hope to replace corrupt and incompetent mayors and councillors. There is also obviously the need to rebuild, in many cases, collapsing, corrupt and dysfunctional municipalities, restoring basic services to our communities. We can also say there are countries which have managed to hold elections in this period, from the United States to India to Peru, quite recently. On the other hand, Justice Moseneke, we think there are many, many cons to holding elections in October. We feel it might end up that we undermine the Bill of Rights' very clear conjunction to save lives above everything else that we do as a country. It might also undermine our efforts about minimizing social interactions, which are the main vector of the pandemic, and that will undermine our efforts to save lives and livelihoods. I think we must also state that elections, by their very nature, are social events. That's from the door-to-door canvassing in communities, the community meetings, rallies, and of course, most critically, election day itself, when you would have up to 20 million voters queuing in long queues across voting stations, but especially, we have to say, unfortunately, especially in townships and in informal areas, where often the voting stations are very poorly prepared. Other issues we must highlight, and we'll be happy to be wrong, but we don't think we will be. The vaccine rollout is very slow. We think at the very best conditions, we would have maybe reached 40% of adults marked by the election date. But I think more realistically, it will be probably around 25 to 30%. To date, only about 6% of adults have received 1 or 2 vaccine dosages. The current weekly rate is about 1%, Monday to Friday. We're not vaccinating much over the weekends. If we're lucky, this could double to about 2% a week. But I think we must also be fair that there have been many obstacles that we all know about in the vaccine rollout program. And of course, I think we must also state that the Pfizer vaccine is a 2-dosage vaccine. There's 42 days between the first and the second dosage, and it takes about 3 weeks for all the vaccines to reach full efficacy in your body. And the Pfizer one is the one that's largely used in the urban centers, the J&J in the rural areas. I think we must also try to learn from what happened in other countries. The US and India had elections and subsequently experienced huge surges in infections, which have dwarfed our infections so far. But they also overwhelmed the much larger healthcare infrastructure. We fear in such a scenario, our healthcare, which is already buckling in Gauteng and other places, might possibly collapse in such a scenario. We saw very painful stories in India, which we're beginning to see now, where doctors and nurses had to choose which patient to save, which patient to let go, because they run out of oxygen, etc. We're seeing now in Gauteng, our nursing staff having to treat patients in parking lots. I think also the difficulty, Justice Moseneke, to compare the US to South Africa is difficult, because in the US, over 70 million voters voted early or by post. We don't have, as you mentioned just now, postal systems, electronic systems by law in our voting system, and there will be no time to put that into effect, legally and practically. We fear that a fourth wave at the level of the US or Indian rates would compel government to reinstate a much harsher lockdown, possibly level 5, which would devastate the economy. Government and the Unemployment Insurance Fund don't have the resources to provide relief like what they did last year. We also fear, Justice Moseneke, that you want voters to turn out in elections. Many voters may not turn out because they have not received the vaccines and they're simply afraid of standing in queues and possibly getting infected and putting their families at risk.
Just interrupt you there and allow you to take a short breath. This brings to mind, of course, the experience in Algeria 2 weeks ago, where the turnout was dismal, so low that the winning party declared the elections to be invalid on account of a parlous, a very, very low voter turnout. So you're making the point, sometimes people just get so afraid that you have no elections at all, because the turnout is just so low. Please continue.
No, and we agree with that point 100%, Justice Moseneke. Leave aside the political climate in the country, parties must address that. But we do fear that you will see a huge fear amongst ordinary South Africans, the vulnerable, the elderly. The elderly often are amongst those who vote in the largest numbers as compared to young people. And we would fear that they would have a very low turnout, and we could not blame people for refusing to vote because of a pandemic, because of a third or fourth wave, etc. I think we must also say, Justice Moseneke, looking at your mandate, could local elections be free and fair in such a condition? Right now we're on level 4. The IEC is now applying to postpone the by-elections for tomorrow because you cannot have social gatherings of any types. I think we need to look at the political culture of our political parties. Those parties whose voting base is largely African would struggle to campaign under the disaster management restrictions from level 2 upwards. The ANC and other similar political parties rely upon door-to-door canvassing, community meetings, mini rallies, etc. Those are not possible under social gatherings. So it may be fine for parties in historically wide areas, if I can use very crude terms, where you can do virtual rallies, SMSs, emails, etc. Those don't work in informal areas or villages or rural areas. And we think that will dampen the ability of parties to sell their candidates to their communities. And this is largely going to hit African areas. There is a danger, Justice Moseneke, that when you have very close local election results, especially in Gauteng, where we saw in the 2016 elections, many coalition or hung municipalities, it might cause some parties to ask, were these elections free and fair? And when you have a municipality, especially a city, like Johannesburg or Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, which could be decided by a single councillor, that can really cast aspersions on whether or not the elections were free and fair. And we don't want to go that route when people start contesting it, because one of the benefits of our democracy is that no one has ever seriously questioned whether or not the elections are free and fair since 1994. Option B, Justice Moseneke, we feel is to apply for the IEC to apply to the Constitutional Court for a condonation to postpone the elections to February next year. The parliamentary route is not possible. We don't see how you could amend the Constitution within a few months, so we don't believe that's an option at all. It's about going to the Constitutional Court to seek a condonation. We believe the pros to it would be, one is that you would abide by the Bill of Rights requirement to save lives. We don't think it would be a violation of the Constitution, because what matters is the principles, not literal interpretations. And you will not be cancelling the elections, you'll be simply seeking a condonation to postpone for 4 months in a state of national disaster, in a state of a world pandemic. We think this will enable breathing space to government and to the private sector to roll out the vaccines, to reach the 67% population immunity level, and for those vaccines to reach the full efficacy in your bodies. It wouldn't be a cancellation.
Mr. Parks, while you're there, before you go ahead, let's debate February or March or May. You would know by now that, and you can go to our website, you'll see the submissions. They vacillate there. Of course, the one end would be October and nothing but October. And then there are submissions that say, well, we ask you to look at February. Some say March, some say May, and they advance different reasons. And this morning I had a fabulous discussion with Professor Mahdi and Professor Abdullah around that very same issue. Really, what we ended up calling the sweet spot. Where is the sweet spot? Of course, the sweet spot is driven by levels of vaccination. And one of them gave me examples about the UK getting a new spike, but in fact, the mortality rates are dropping sharply. So people have stopped dying because they've been vaccinated. So you can expose them. They even go to soccer, as you have seen these days, or to Wimbledon, because they are not dying, but they only get mildly ill. So let's get back to our discussion. If we're minded to move on your option B, why February?
Sure.
Why not March? Why not May? I'll just keep quiet there for a moment, because I think by March we probably would have had population immunity at levels that might save lives. But let me stop and hear your response to that.
No, thank you, Justice. So we looked at the issue of dates. What are the right date options? Because we didn't want to just come here and give you demands or no suggested proposals. We thought, for example, if you postpone it by a few weeks into November, it wouldn't give sufficient space for the vaccine rollout. Even December would be cutting it very tight. We're very fearful of having an election in December or January because, South Africa closes from the 16th of December to mid-January. Millions of people move back home to the rural areas, migrant workers, students, etc. People go home to their families. We thought you could look at February or latest March. We thought one is that by that time you should have reached the 67% population immunity level. You also need to give at least a month, if ideally even 2 months, for political parties to be able to campaign freely within that 67% immunity level. Because part of the social spread risks is when you go door to door, etc. The one difficulty, Justice Moseneke, is that we also are fearful of bringing elections close to Easter, whether before or after Easter, because again, that's the second moment when South Africa closes and millions of people go home to the rural areas. So we thought, look, February, March is probably the best date. We also didn't want to delay the elections too long because there's a significant amount of people who say, look, we are tired of the council X, our municipality is not functional, we need to get new leadership in. So we thought, let's try to find, as you say, the right sweet spot, a big enough delay to allow the vaccine rollout to take place, not too long to allow incompetent councils to remain in office forever. I think the other thing, Justice Moseneke, just on your issue of why not May, for example, we are fearful of bringing it too close to winter as well, our normal flu season. So I thought we thought really February or March was probably the sweet spot, so to speak, or when is the best time to balance the vaccine rollout, not to be close to any Christmas or Easter holidays, and not to be too close to winter. So we thought that those two periods were probably the best, safest ones.
Put another, thank you so much. That's helpful, and I hear the points you make clearly. Let me just make another point. Sorry, that came out of the submissions, and that is, well, if you were to consider moving out to February, March, there should be no conditions. In other words, there should be no conditionality. Otherwise, you're running the risk of rolling postponements, which in turn, of course, become a habit which can be quite deleterious on the democratic practice. What do you say to that? People are saying, in other words, it's a kind of, if you postpone, let it be hell or high water. You must then hold the election.
No, I mean, that's a critical point, Justice Moseneke, and that's something we also thought about. That's one of our fears about a postponement. It could be said that you are giving government a get out of jail free card, that once you do it, you may have to do it time and again. It's a difficult thing. There's no perfect or easy answers. You don't want to have a continuous postponement. That can't be accepted. We thought it's best to, if you're going to postpone, that we come with a very clear date. So it's very clear to everybody that we also do set some criteria to government, because we don't think we can allow government to delay the vaccines forever. And of course, promises can be broken, but we think that, look, if you postpone it once. It can't be postponed again and again. That one has to be sacrosanct. It's a difficult one, but I think also maybe to be a realist, we have to get the vaccines out. There's no way that we can, irrespective of elections, we need to reemerge from the lockdown. People need to go back to work. People need to go back to their normal lives. There is pandemic and restriction, lockdown fatigue. We are confident with all of the logistical gremlins that we would reach a 67% vaccine rollout by Christmas. Even if we do a conservative calculation on 1 or 2% a week, we think we could reach that level. We should be seeing some momentum picking up in the vaccine rollout in the next month or so, which would, we think, bring us to that population 67% ratio by December. We don't think it'll bring it to us anytime close by October, but we think by December it could do it. It's a bit of a difficult one. But I thought it's a fair compromise, if I can put it that way, Justice Moseneke.
Let me put now a proposition to you to get the benefit of Kusatu's reasoning. I've had a debate with the about measures that could render the election safe. And I put a series of propositions to him and got some answers, and I really would like to put them to you. Those who say that we should go ahead in October also say, well, spread out the elections over 2 days or 3 days. And he began to tell me what it would cost. For instance, to have special votes over more than 2 days. It's quite a big number. It's millions. If you were to have the elections over more than 1 day, then you need security guards and things that want to protect and preserve the ballot papers overnight. Our current practice is everybody guards the ballot boxes by their lives. So there's no interference at all. But if you run over 2-3 days, you spread it out, then you need security companies over 2-3 days to look after your ballots and so on. And he was saying it's a kind of coping measures that he thinks will have a significant budgetary impact, money that the IEC doesn't have. I wonder what your thoughts are on these matters.
No, I think that's a critical point, Justice Moseneke. It's something we thought about as well. If you want to say, for example, what are the health and safety measures the IEC put in place that are voting stations? Most voting stations are schools or churches or public buildings. So, for example, if there's a classroom, there's very poor air circulation or ventilation in a classroom. It's a closed environment. You could say to the IEC, move the voting station from the classroom to the school sports field to an open marquee. You lift the doors, the walls of the marquee. But if we have approximately 20,000 voting stations, would the IEC be able to afford 20,000 marquees? Do we even have as a country 20,000 marquees? If you're going to say the IEC must employ additional staff to manage the queues, to enforce the social distancing, so you don't have what you have at the UIF offices right now, where there's no social distancing at the queues. People are sitting on top of each other for hours at an end. That will have a huge implication for the IEC budget. And from what we could see in the budget this year, the IEC has not been given sufficient additional resources to manage that kind of a constraint. And I think it's very unlikely, given the fiscal pressures government is facing, for government to be able to assist in that regard. And I think you're right to raise the issue about the security of the ballot papers, because it's easy when you vote from 6 in the morning and we count the ballots at 2 in the morning at a voting station X. But if you're going to do it over 2 or 3 days, that's going to become quite difficult. Where will you find those people? And then if you don't find them, you might find a losing political party might cry foul that I lost my ward because somebody cooked the ballot boxes when I wasn't there to watch it. So I think that's the difficult one. I think last on the point, Justice Moseneke, people say that you can put anything on paper. Paper will never lie to you. Paper will say whatever you wanted to say. The reality is a different thing. In my experience in having been involved in election campaigns in informal areas and townships in Cape Town, the IEC struggles in informal areas and townships. There's always long queues. The batteries for the zip machines run out. There's insufficient ballot paper. There's electricity running out. The candles run out. There's always a story. That's at the best of times. Now, how will it be in a pandemic when the smallest mistake will put people's lives at risk? And that, I think, for us is a difficult one, and we're very close to it, where I don't think the IEC's had time or resources to put in place such a logistical feat, if I can be very honest with you.
Well, thank you ever so much. I would have called you Comrade Matthew, but then that would taint my my non-impartiality. But I really would like to thank you for these submissions. They are very helpful, and we'll certainly put them in the port. As you know, there are others who contend differently from you, and who say October, come hell, come high water. And we're going to listen to those submissions. But for this, we're valeful and go back to Cosatu and say, Mr. Naki was very grateful for your participation. And I think it's a very vital conversation that the nation is having currently, difficult as it is. I thank you.
Okay, well, thanks very much. Thank you for your time.
Okay then, thank you. We're going to move on to our next presentation at 1500 hours, which is actually now. And that presentation will come from NACTU, the National Council of Trade Unions. I just have to find out who is on the other side representing NACTU. Is anybody on the line already from NACTU? Come again. I see. President Petru. Yes, please. I'm just wondering whether we have any people who have joined us on this Zoom platform from NACTU, National Council of Trade Unions. Technical staff, you can't detect anybody online, right? Can you? No, you can't. Yeah, we'll wait for a short while. See whether there's anybody there. It is quite fascinating that some of the participants are actually using the chat room to say a few things, which is wonderful. Well, I think we're going to adjourn and wait for the Helen Suzman Foundation, which will be coming at 15:30. I have a number of stuff in my inbox which I'd like to attend to. So I'm going to adjourn. It's sadness because there have been good to hear the viewpoint of NACTU. And I'll be back at 15:30 in order to do our final connecting. Sawubona Mjagit. You've got to unmute yourself, Anguzwa. Is there anybody there?
Afternoon, Chief Justice.
Good afternoon, Jagiti. Good afternoon. Are you well?
I'm good yourself. Thanks for asking, Justice.
Yes, indeed. And thanks for being here. Just so wonderful. I was just moaning and groaning that I want to hear National Council of Trade Unions, but you are here and I'm more than ready to hear your presentation and your views on this difficult question which is before us. And the question really is, how do we preserve both the democratic project and our lives? And that is the point of conflict.
Yeah, thanks,
So
Justice.
I'm ready to listen to NACTU and share your submissions about that.
Yeah, thanks, Justice, for the time you afforded NACTU to make presentations. I'm just waiting for my General Secretary to join. I think maybe he's still on the road. I can just quickly check him how far he is.
Yes, you can check.
Okay, thank you.
Just find out by phone or otherwise.
Yes.
If it is 10, 15 minutes, then we're going to run into real trouble because we have another presentation starting at 15:30.
Yes,
But if it is lesser than that, then we'll go ahead. Or if you want to continue and present, I am all ears and patient here to listen to you.
All right, thank you, Justice. Let me quickly check it. Thank you.
Sure. Well, we have to file the other side. You have all of these, right? Because we're going to use them next week. When I start writing, it'll be easier to go there than to keep on opening up.
Uh, all right. Sorry, I'm late. Yeah, been struggling the whole morning. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sure. Do you? All right. Cheers. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. Cheers. Bye bye. Mm-hmm. I logged into the website. I couldn't find a report there. No, I didn't receive it. Yeah. Just 1 second. Yes, Mustafa. No, the streaming has stopped a little bit. Ah.
really would like to thank you for the submissions. We have written submissions already, and we'll have regard to them. But I'm going to make my way. We will just past 1:15. And so I've been waiting for about 15 minutes. And given the full task that I have, I think I regret that I'm going to have to leave. So thank you ever so much for the submissions, and we'll have regard to the written submissions. And in the circumstances, I'm going to leave in preparation for my next presentation very shortly. Thank you and goodbye.
Well, thanks, Justice. We share another written submission. I don't know.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon to you. I hope I'm both visible and audible.
Good afternoon, Justice Moseneke. Yes, can hear you and see you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. And good afternoon to Mr. Anton van Dalston, is it?
Yes. Good afternoon, Judge Moseneke.
Yes, indeed. And somebody else who's going by the name Sophie Smith.
Good afternoon, Justice. That seems to be the computer playing tricks on us. Despite my efforts, my name is Christopher. You can call me Christopher, not Sophie Smith.
Christopher, you're most welcome. Thanks for being here, and thanks for giving us written submissions. And I would imagine that you have been following the debate that is raging in our country. It's uncomplicated, frankly. It is just its resolution that poses a significant conundrum. And essentially, it's on the one hand, is the right to life and integrity of the body, as well as access to health care, and on the other, essentially our entitlement to the democratic project and all its elements. And these appear to be at loggerheads. And the biggest challenge, of course, is to try and reconcile the two. Your submissions show me clearly that you understand the conundrum, and I'm all ears to listen. Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Justice. Can I put my presentation on the screen?
Indeed, please do. A copy has been sent to me already, so I've had the benefit of seeing it before now. But yes, indeed, please go ahead.
So once again, good afternoon, Justice Moseneke and fellow members of the inquiry. My name is Sophie Smith, and I will be presenting the oral submissions on behalf of the Helen Suzman Foundation. We thank you for the opportunity to do so. Together with my colleagues who are with me on the Zoom call, we have drafted the following responses to the inquiry concerning the forthcoming local government elections. For a more detailed response, please feel free to refer back to our full submissions. However, this presentation will only deal with those most pertinent points. When dealing with the question of whether the current conditions are conducive to the holding of a free and fair local government election, a good starting point would be to note that the Constitutional Court has provided that there is no internationally accepted definition of a free and fair election, and whether any election can be so characterized must always be assessed in context. The HSF, the current situation should be assessed, needs to, as you pointed out, Justice, take into account both the impact of the real and perceived risk of the infection and government's measures to curb the spread of the virus, as well as the impact on the democracy of our country. The question is whether the overall impact of the COVID-19 pandemic would affect political activity and campaigning, voter participation, and the administrative aspect of the election, to the degree that the election would not be viewed as being free and fair. As part of the overall assessment, it is important to keep in mind that this pandemic will be with us for some time to come. Even with a steadily progressing vaccine rollout, South Africa is still a long way from reaching herd immunity. Against this background, a course of action which avoids delay would be most desirable. It is the HSF's submission that if the holding of the elections is not seen as posing a greater risk to individuals than that which confronts them in their daily lives, with items such as shopping, standing in queues for social grants, and taking public transport, then it would be logical to assume that the participation in elections as a voter should not carry a greater risk of infection. In these circumstances, the freeness...
It's a very interesting test that you put up there, Ms. Smith. But aren't those daily activities really driven by utter necessity as against elections which are always optional?
Justice, one of our submissions that I will touch on in the end is the fact of the importance of local government elections, especially at this point in time, given the state of our municipality. And so when one looks at the state of our local government, one could argue that it is just as urgent to host such an election in a time such as this as taking part in those daily activities.
Yeah, I hear you. We'll come back to it a little later, but I thought the formulation was intriguing. It's interesting, but it struck me that it might well be that the common denominator in people going out to look for food, getting onto a taxi, and so on, as distinct from going to play golf, as I sometimes do when I'm mindless, and so on. If it's a necessity, then of course it's unavoidable. But please go ahead. So you will come back to this.
If I could just add to that, I think it's also the comparison of standing in queues, interacting with someone behind a counter. There are a lot of similarities between those specific instances and the way in which the voter process takes place.
Yes.
Moving on to our next slide. The most pertinent issue that needs to be addressed in this presentation, as well as the central issue to this inquiry, is what kinds of risks would be posed to individuals if the elections had to continue in October. The pandemic has been described as being unprecedented with regards to the risks posed by it. However, what is clear is